Well, hello. Okay. Let's get everything squared away here. All right. We just gave... Let's get this open. We just gave character health the end of yesterday. So that we can start taking it away. And yes, there was nothing outstanding over here. Okay. Make sure I didn't leave myself any notes or anything. Let's get you minimized. Let's get you adjusted. So, what we need to do is think about how the notion of a dot or something like that fits into the effect here, right? And I think what we might do is get rid of tick time. And I don't, yeah, no usages. And instead say that an effect has a do tick. Sure. And it's going to take a character pointer. Right, because you need this. And this just returns in the case of a simple status because it's not for doing damage over time or something like that. And then what we're gonna need to do is do this, and we'll call you damage status, Maybe? Sure. Why not? And it's going to look a lot like this. Oh, we can't have this. It's a cyclic import. Think about this a little bit more. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Oh, because in this, oh, and this should be new damage status. There we go. You shouldn't have a cyclic import anymore. Let's rename all receivers for this to... Sure. Okay, that fixes that up. What is your... Yeah, oh. That's why. So let me double check here. You need to go away. Where do we import? Well, we import the whole status package, so yeah. How goes the mud? It goes. We're pretty deep in the weeds of character applying statuses, buffs, debuffs, dots, stuff like that. But it's going. How's things with you? Welcome in. So we need to do something with this. What can do tick B? Because we're going to want to come through here in Status Minder and apply this will end up applying stuff. Hey, Mongoose, is this going to be more of a framework with simple mechanics built in that someone would take and extend, or its own full game? The idea is to build the engine first, and then maybe a game on top of it. Probably a game on top of it, because without consuming the engine, it's hard to make a good engine, right? So kind of both is the goal. Use ROM 2.4 for most of my mud bases. Hey Pluck, how's it going? How's the guitar? But writing a game on top of it will come later when it's actually in a state that I could even begin to worry about that. So for now, we're in engine land. Yeah, exactly. Dog fooding. Big fan, big believer of that for any product, really. And also welcome in, Moondoggy and Pluck. So, we can't cyclically import this. And my camera has decided it needs glasses. Back from competition, 9 hours drive. Quick drive to buy bread and butter for breakfast by US standards. Yeah. In certain states, for sure. I didn't realize you were going to a competition. I don't think I heard that news. What was it? Let me see if I can get... There we go. Silly camera. Think freestyle / woman wrestling tournament. Oh, rock on. I'm a referee. Ah. Do you play classical guitar on the sidelines at halftime as well? I almost wonder... 11 hours of matches in a single day. Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a long event. How many days do they usually run for? Okay. Here's what I'm thinking is that you need barely managed to play half an hour guitar just now after coming home. One day for small tournament up to 10 for world championship. My biggest one was European championship for under 15 years old. 8 days ended at end. Wow. That's a lot of work. Interesting question is, do you feel like your break for however long it's been since you were able to play, did it harm your progress, or did it actually give you a like a boost almost with a refresh? Building a data lake engine, a lot of work. Wrestling competitions are a hobby. I mean, sometimes hobbies are a lot of work too. This was kind of a hobby. Feels like playing while drunk. Yeah, it's one of the two. Sometimes I take a break from something and I come back and I find that it just seems easier to pick back up, and it was like that break just allowed me to process everything I was learning better. Other times, yeah, I just feel like I'm lost. I don't remember where I was. Let's do... Yeah, we need to take these out too, since we're going to get rid of that. Just going to break our test, but that's fine. Super compensation. I'm intrigued. Initial fitness training, recovery, and super compensation. Ah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I didn't know there was a word for it. Recuperation period is half a day. For something else might be longer. Yeah. I found it, I noticed it most heavily with mini painting. I painted for a while, and then I moved, and then I was just lazy, and I didn't get myself set up to paint again for a long time. When I finally got around to that and came back to it, just skills-wise, I felt like I had somehow, like, refreshed my palate almost, in the sense of, like, you know, food. And I was able to kind of build faster again on the skills I had already learned. You actually will have this. My wife is a professional combat sports coach. Got exposed to the whole science of sport periodization while she was getting her degree. Huh, that's cool. there's a lot of interesting stuff in the sports medicine area. You know, it kind of touches on fitness, athleticism, bodybuilding, like physical therapy type mobility stuff. It's an interesting area for sure. Preparation. This is this. That. You won't believe how recent it is and how shallow are the findings so far. I probably would believe. Because I've been really lazy lately, but a number of years ago I decided I should exercise more. And so I kind of fell into the because I'm an engineer, right? I fell into the science side of things, trying to understand like what I should actually be doing. And I found a lot of bro science, and I found a lot of we don't really know. Most of the Olympic sport is still based on selection. Selection in what sense? Like just whoever can try out best? I am putting this in the wrong place. This needs to go in damage status. You take 100 kids, and after 1 year remains, who does everything relatively okay. Rinse, repeat. After kid is 5 years in the sport, try to get... Oh, okay. I know a lady who... She is Russian, and when she was younger, she did gymnast stuff. And she was part of something like that. And she wasn't, she didn't go far enough to actually go to the Olympics, but she was on that path for a while. Using brain as a main tool, this one is good. Learning how to learn. Yes. That is the most important thing I ever learned. You're not, that's why. Okay. Now that we're straightening that out. So if now is after the last tick plus, or should I? No, it's fine. Last tick plus tick time. Because I need to add here. Then we apply damage per tick, and then we return. And if it's not after that, then we don't. She goes there on periodization, etc. Gotcha. Let me drop this into the bookmarks of things that I should follow up on when I have some time. I'm doing a poor job of following up on everything because there's so many things to do. But that is interesting to me. Mostly between this, trying to be better about self-promotion and stuff, on kind of dipping my toes back into social media after not using it for 5 years. Yeah, I quit in 2020 for the sake of trying to promote this. And job hunting. I find that job hunting, and also I've been working on learning some React and stuff like that to build my skill set more. So between all of that, I find that there's not enough hours in the day. I probably write more code now than I did when I had a job. Okay, so all of that. I can't delete you, but I can just do that. So, and I'm not sure. Yeah, that's probably fine. Okay, let's take a look here. This doesn't return simple status at all. Wait. Because and it can return simple status, that's fine because it's empty. Simple status is an effect, so it'll be fine. Let's go. Learning guitar, learning Go, planning to do some text editing project, nice. Recovering in weightlifting, learning German to pass C1 level exam, trying to work, and it's winter, so not a lot of stuff to do in the garden. Yep. That's pretty good. Pretty good list of to-dos there. Not enough time. Yeah, exactly. Yep, I'm also back on working on German kind of on the side. I quit Duolingo for a while, intending to fill that space with something better, but it just fell through the cracks, so I'm back on it again. It's not super good, but at least it makes me do something. Not discussing refereeing, yeah. Small steps. Yep, little bit every day. That's one of the most important things that I have learned about getting to making progress, right? Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. I tell people that all the time. So a lot of people, myself in the past included, say, well, one day I'd love to X or Y. And we never do, right? And getting started is always the hardest part. So for me, I started, basically I just promised myself I'm going to do an hour of my best effort for that day on the thing I'm trying to learn or do, right? And I just don't break that promise to myself as much as possible, right? I feel bad when I let myself down. And that has made me way more productive. Even if it's a day where I'm just not feeling it and an hour is all I can do, I still did an hour. And most of the time I get sucked into it and it's 2, 3, 4 hours, right? So everybody wins where everybody is me. Strangely, I've tried to explain that to a number of people, and the I don't feel like it virus still gets them, right? This is the way. I agree. There's two things that stop people from what I've observed. The I don't feel like it virus and NIDAs, which are just excuses your brain is telling you to allow it to justify being lazy, because as humans, we want to be lazy. That's our goal in survival. So people say, well, I want to learn Linux, but I need a new computer for that, or a second computer. No. Set up a VM. Do it now. Right now. Get on it. Is it ideal? Probably not. But it'll get you doing something. All too many times I have had a NIDA, and then I finally get it, and I realize that I'm still just as lazy as I was before. I don't know what. Oh, I see. It didn't like the word finger. Automod is a little aggressive sometimes. So he called to him, have pity on me and send Lazarus to dip his finger in water, cool my tongue. I'm agony in this fire. As a non-religious person, I don't know that I fully understand what the context is here. Ah, I see. Yeah, kind of. They would suffer anyway. Yeah. Okay, so we should do... we should put... we should do a test of... putting in a damage status into a we have a tick status effect already. That's for the list. So we can actually do it in there. Which might be more correct, actually. Not you. You. Let's just think here. Could... because this deals with the whole list. No. This is just for doing the stack count timeout. Well, it is right now. So we might need... this we can still use, that's fine. But... we're gonna need to be able to pass the... character in, which in this case is just going to satisfy the damageable interface. We actually aren't using that currently. We're using it in decrement. Okay. That's what so I just named it poorly. This should be... this should be that same name. And this adds checking. Okay, yes. That makes sense to a degree. Kind of just wraps the internal package, essentially. So we still need... What we could do... Yeah, we'll still go through here. If now is after the duration, then we can leave that alone. But then we need to say... Can we do... I think it's select for the type. Let's say continue here if we did that. Otherwise... This is, what is the correct... It's switch. It's just status. We say if it's a damage status, then we're going to do tick. We're going to give it C. We need to make C satisfy the damageable interface, which means I need... Where did I put you? I put you up here. You... Let's have you live at this level. Apply damage, which takes an integer. So what we'll do... We can put you up here. Like so, and then we can say if current HP is greater than the amount then current HP minus equals amount. We're return. If it's not, do handle death. Have to figure out what that looks like. We don't actually need that there. It could be empty, but it's nice to have it explicitly stated. And okay, so I think we got that straightened out. This should still handle what does handle decrementing now? That's removing. I think decrementing may have gone away in the refactor, so we need to handle that too. And we do have this should actually be decrement, because decrement handles the case where if decrementing would bring us down below 1, it removes it. Remove is really only for like a skill or something like that that would allow you to directly remove. So let's go. Let's make ourselves a quick test damageable struct. That, and then we can say test damageable, apply damage, similar deal here, because we don't want to have character in here. Current HP minus equals amount. It's fine for the test version. Let's see, where can we steal setup code from? We want apply don't have a simple apply. That's fine. Let's just copy this whole thing real quick. This that's fine. It doesn't necessarily need to have a modifier, but you might want a dot that also gives you a debuff or something. Sure. Test modifier, that's all fine. This needs to not be simple status though. This needs to be damage status. And it's going to need duration. That's fine. Zero for the test. Damage per tick is going to be 1. That's fine. You only need to apply one of them. And then what we need to do is say, it's not test mod list. Yeah, that's fine. No, we don't need that at all. We're not looking for that. This all can go away as well. What we're looking for is that you current HP 10. If we then say test modifier dot do tick, I say test target. This is actually a pointer to test target because we want to damage that instance. Then what I want, and this actually can go away as well. Then what I want is to say after last tick, which is 0, because it's not initialized. Yeah. What I want is to say if current HP is not equal to, let's do this. Starting HP minus test modifier dot damage per tick. Bad damage applied. Got this. Wanted this. That. Damage per tick. Like so. Did not apply. I got 10. Okay. Is it because that? It is. Okay. Let's make sure Yeah. Yep. And then there we go. Simple status is still happy. Let's do a quick commit, and then we will expand on this a little bit. We want to make sure that our logic is correct, and we can steal this. What we're gonna say is duration is 10 seconds, tick time is 1 per second. So if we do let's say 2 seconds, do a for loop. If we do the tick in here, this should theoretically tick twice. And it doesn't. Got 6, wanted 8. Double check. Because let's do this after, just for good measure. Got 6, wanted 8 still. Last tick is there. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be problematic. We're gonna do this. Second time we come through. Plastic is not set. Ah. It's because these are not. These are not pointers, so it's not the instance that we're looking at, which might be problematic. Oh, unused, that's fine. Does this need... Just to keep everything the same, let's go ahead and do that. And this returns a pointer, which hopefully doesn't break too much stuff. Gonna break some tests, but that's okay. Same deal here. Why does this not implement effect anymore? It does. I don't think that's true. Oh, was I still... Method do tick has pointer receiver. Except for you say right here you implement. Oh, I bet it is. We need to fix these up. Let's go take a look. easy enough to take care of. Let's do this, not that. Yes, that. That. I'm going to replace you with oops. Got the brace. There we go. That'll fix that up. Okay. Now things work correctly. Make sure nothing else. You broke. You broke because not that. I did. Because I took out the pick time, something like that. From simple status, which makes sense. It doesn't need that. So let's just come in here. Modifier is that. Oop. Duration is still valid. So mostly we just need to take this, clean it up. Forgot these. That's important. There we go. And now characters should be good. Where am I? Oh, it's in manager. Yep. because it's all in the same package. It's just split up for organization. And we can fix this up too while we're here. Get our line lengths cleaned up. Let's see here. Possible do tick. Can I have dynamic type status, damage status? Method do tick as a pointer receiver. So why can't I dereference you? Actually, it doesn't matter. Everything has do tick. It's just a no-op for things that don't actually have a do tick. It's part of the interface, so we can just do that and not even bother checking. You just fire and forget. Perfect. Test broken by base change. Remove pointless type switch. Just like so. And then let's do apply the amount of apply the damage provided if that damage actually, hang on. We should do this a little differently. If that damage reduces the current HP to 0 or lower, handles death. To do handle death. So what we should do is this, else HP equals 0. Because if we don't want a negative current HP, that's silly. And we can leave the extra to do in there, that's fine. And then let me just... Yeah, it does show up in the doc tip. Good. Let's do that. And I'm thinking... Let me do this. that. I think that pretty much takes care of our status effect stuff for now. I expect that this system will need to be expanded a little bit. I can already think of the case where you might want to have something that gives both a boon and a bane, right? You might have, like very commonly you see an ability or a buff or a skill or whatever that gives you increased damage going out, but also coming in or something like that. But for now, we're not going to worry about that. We have dots that could also apply. Actually, let me double check. They should also be able to apply effects. Yeah, because they go in, they would get calculated. So your dot could also buff or malice a attribute. That's fine. And we also handle buffs and debuffs, so we're good there for now. In the future, probably wishes to be a little bit more fleshed out, but there's other pieces that need to be moved around before we get to there. So we're gonna do a quick full test, and that's good. A quick race test to make sure we don't have any races. Good. And I think we can merge this. If not, it'll be a bug. And we'll just handle it. For now, I think it's done. Merge, merge, merge. Delete. Like so. Make sure everything's all cleaned up. Good. Figure that out. That's a nice big chunk of work done. Let's think about what do we want to do about this. Is going to be a easier one, I think. I hope. This one, we're going to have to do some thinking. So let's knock out an easy one first. Or what I hope is an easy one. I think it'll be not too bad. We need to do at this point, though. Yeah, we'll get there. So, in character, tell you what, I'm at an hour and a half. I have not stood up and taken a quick break yet. So I'm going to do that while I think about this. We need to handle a couple different cases. We need to handle... I've asked you for a skill check and you don't have that skill, which should probably fall back to base attribute. Which... you won't know if you don't have that skill. We do, because we put everything into the character. So that should be fine. So I think we're okay there. So it'll fall back to base attribute. If it doesn't have a base attribute, it's just going to be a 0 or whatever. 0, you know, whatever random thing. We need to think about what random thing. Do we do a random number? What do we do? That's what we need to think about. I'm going to kind of ponder that while I take a quick lap here. I'll be right back. Okay. I have thoughts. The initial thought Well, let's go back. Let's roll back a little bit. The loose plan currently is that the database should hold state of the game, more or less, right? Characters that exist get saved there, for instance, and their state gets saved there. The configuration, so to speak, of the world, the game, what is a character, what is an ability, stuff like that, kind of loosely. Like there are some things you can't avoid, like characters must have HP, right? Otherwise you don't have a game, basically. But anything additional, things that describe like what type of a room you're in, right, should be in config files, I think, currently, because that should allow us to reload some things in operation, I think. So like you could do like let's say you have a room that's hot and you have a skill check to resist heat or something, or else it applies heat damage, right? You should theoretically be able to reload that without changing the code at all, so you wouldn't have to recompile, rebuild. That's just like configuration of the game, sort of. So I think we want those in files. That's the loose plan at this point. So, kind of working with that, the DC for that room should also live in that config file. And you're really only interested in comparing what you have loaded from that file against what the character returns. And we're kind of kicking that can down the road. The other thing is that I forgot to mute my phone. The other thing is that we might wish to, and easily be able to, just gonna punch my microphone too. That's good. To set what sort of system we're using as part of this. So I'm thinking we'll do a basic amount roller to start with. And we're going to leave it kind of open. So internal to character, not status. We're going to do rollers, roller. And we can start with simple roller. Do we need... I don't think we need tests for this. It's just going to be a real simple... Right now... we'll call it die size. And Do the same thing here. Does this matter? Maybe. For now, we'll leave it there. And this is just going to return roller that. And let's make sure. So I thought that it automatically seeded itself now, but I guess not. I wonder if where did I read? I thought I read that it wasn't necessary to seed anymore. Maybe it was. This is the cryptographically secure random. Maybe it was in here. Might have been this, which I don't think we need. Like, it's a game. We don't need to be cryptographically secure in random number generating. I don't think. There might be a more refined way to do this, but for now, we're just gonna go with, we're gonna put in here Actually, hang on one sec. I'll check. Source has a seed, okay. I don't understand how they've seeded in this case. In this one, it's clear. Alright, well. This can be random.source. This will be rand.new. Unix nano. Oh, this doesn't return a source. This returns a new rand. And then this is new source. I'm gonna wrap it up like that. Okay. Then roll is going to return. Let me double check. This should be non-inclusive if I remember correctly. Int n, etc., etc. Limiting output to be less than it. Yes. So what we do is return r dot random dot int n r dot die size plus 1. That way you get 1 to die size instead of 0 to die size minus 1. Then this can go into manager. Which is a let's think here. We should probably put a roller interface and character. And it returns an int. And then this roller can be a roller interface in the new manager. That's all well and good. Roller is roller dot do that. This can be rollers after all. rollers dot roller. And let's make this simple roller. This is actually roller still. This is an interface. This is rollers dot new simple roller for now. Do we have a database config? We'll do a const. We'll call it a 20. That way we can change that later. That should be exported. There. Let's get that all squared away. Now, let's think here. All types should use by a single go routine at a time. So what we need or maybe this doesn't go on manager. The interface can still live here. Goes on the character. And then when we load them, we give them a roller. And that'll actually make things more random, because each time you connect, it'll get a new seed. For each time the character's loaded, it'll get a new seed. And now, let's actually do this. Now we can do this, and let's think about we probably want attribute and skill checks. Because very often you might need, well, No. Because you might have a requirement that says you must have 10 strength to use this thing. But that would just be an attribute score. So we can just get that. That's fine. Let's do... I'm not here's probably fine, kind of below with the skills. And I will give you back an int. Let's say the role is this. Then we'll do kind of like we did here. Let's just borrow this. Except for... Well, actually... We could just use... that. Base modified. Get skill score. Skill ID. If not okay, we just return roll. Oops. Otherwise, roll plus modified skill. That'll fix all of that. This should be modified score. Because that'll handle our base attribute and everything for us. Oops. Not you. You. Gonna have to solve sooner or later here the ergonomics around getting skills loaded and then apply or interacted with, pardon me, more simply. Because right now you kinda need to get the skill from manager, which is fine, I guess. It's just feels crunchy and clunky. We'll have to think about that one. It's probably going to have to do with how we load stuff. And I wonder if we might do like a skills package. And its job can be to load from a file and give us some kind of better interface for that. Better API for that. Tricky. Very tricky. Okay. And let's do... Tell you what, I'm going to step away for just a minute. I need to open some windows and let some air in. It's getting stuffy in here. And then we'll write some tests. A little early for my step away, but that's fine. I'll be right back. There we go. Ditch the hoodie. Open the windows. Let some air in. Okay. Let's go to character. On load, we give you a roller. Let's also guard this. If I don't have a roller for some reason, we're going to log an error and say does not have a roller. Just spit out the ID. That way it doesn't panic. Gonna grab some of this. I don't need a status. I don't need that. Kind of just need this. Do I need that? I don't think I need that actually, but test, skill check. I don't think we need to redo that. What we really just need, so we load it, and then we say char dot result is char dot skill check default skills 0 if results greater than, let's say, lower band is default skills dot 0 dot, hang on, no. We'll do this. Get skill score for default skills 0. If this is not okay, error getting, or rather, unable to get skill score for some reason. Otherwise, the low number will be +1. High number will be plus die size. If result is greater than high number or result is less than low number, error, bad result, skill check should be between nya and nya. Got. Yeah. Should be between low number, high number, got result. This needs to be UUID. Actually, this should be no, that can be a skill. That's fine. In fact, we might also change yeah, let's make this the same as the others for right now. That way we can change it later. And we'll change everything when we do. I think we're gonna want to change it. But that'll be part of cleaning that all up to be easier, right? I don't know exactly how it's gonna look yet, so. And then we'll do another for no roller. We're gonna do, and this is just a sanity check for making sure that we don't panic, essentially. We don't need any of this. Actually, hang on. We need this. Not this. This should return yeah, crap. Actually, we do need this one. We don't, because it should return 0 for the roll. So, or no, it should return nothing. Right? What did we do? Return 0. Yeah, so we don't need that. If a roller is absent, let's just say roller should return 0, instead got this. And now I clicked the wrong button. I didn't want debug. That's fine though. Test load character failed because my loaded character did not have a roller. And oh, let's do this. We'll check. We'll say if readback dot roller is nil, readback roller was nil, but should not be. And then we will we'll nil it for comparison. We're really just interested in the rest of the fields for this test. There you go. Validated, we got something. We don't need to check that it's the same. It's going to be a different pointer because it gets recorrected. That's fine. Or recreated. Or created in the first place. In the case of loading. Okay. That is that. I think yeah, that'll do for now. So we can done with that. Go ahead and merge this little chunk of work. That can go away. Okay, what is next up on our to-do list here? Let's do this. We'll think about what that needs to look like. No. So if we go in here, what do we want to say? So we basically want to make it so that you can't log out if you are receiving damage. Should actually be really if you're in combat as well. But it should be okay to log out with like buffs and debuffs on you. That shouldn't stop you. That is cruel. Which part? Not letting you log out in combat? Or making sure you suffer the full wrath of your damage over times? Yes. Strategically disconnect, I call this. I call that incredibly frustrating in games where I have experienced it being a possibility. You're supposed to disconnect before they catch you, if you're going to do that. Let's see. We don't have a combat manager yet, and that's not part of this, really. We could put it in... If we had like a... Hmm. I guess we could say for this, do we want to put that in the interface? Is there a case where you don't want it to block log out? And is that even meaningful? Is there a way that we could do what if we had in here decrement status effect? Lives in effects, makes sense. If we did... Now, time is driven from out here, though. Now is after applied at add duration. What we could do instead is come in here and say what if we further condensed this? No, that gets wonky because yeah, I think the easiest way is still to say that it blocks logout or not. Yeah. Let's do that. Because this is eventually going to get replaced with something that loads and provides these from the config files. So right now it kind of sucks, but I think it'll be okay. And then we have, let's put you here. That. We do the same thing here. Can we give it... We live in the same place, that's fine. That. And then we can do... a quick... check. For... Should we do it here? Yes, I think we should. This can... go through the list. Of statuses. And say, if this return true, if you don't find one, return false. Then in character, what we can do is come in here and just give it a public. Character can log out and for right now this will only wait why oh because I named it that. Right now, it's just going to return the value of this. In the future, should also check for things like being in combat or a room that we can't log out in. Something like that. So that this can be like the master source of truth for whether or not this character can safely log out. Let's go fix our tests. At was hoping I wouldn't have to change this interface again, but this feels like the path of least resistance currently. All of you. And that should get us back to passing test for character. Yes. Make sure everything else is still passing before I go add stuff. Perfect. And then we can go in and do... We can copy some of this. We'll just do all of it for right now. And we'll say func test non-blocking effects do not block logout. Do this. Create you. You can have that. That's fine. We apply you. Make sure. Actually, let's leave this in as a sanity check. We don't need this anymore. What we do need is to say result can log out if not result and result logout is blocked. That should not be. This should be an error. There we go. Because I think I just flipped the logic. If it blocks the logout, it returns true. Right. We return the inverse of this for now. And then we can do almost a duplicate, but it is making sure blocking effects block logout. And then we'll do that still, just for funsies. Actually, we'll do is this. We'll do all that. this should be 2. But this one will be true. And we'll make you a different skill, just because. And then this should be this. Bad result. Logout is not blocked, but should be. Beautimous. Okay. Now, let's just do this. Then we can close that for now. Those for now, hopefully. We'll go into client handler. And on our account logout, character logout. We'll do it on character logout. Need to be careful here. Now, let's see. We want to put the check here. We'll say if character dot if we can't log out, then we're going to return server message, just a text for now. And actually we'll do a bar this will say to log out at this time. Let's say there are venting logout at this time. Please try again later. We'll want to identify those better, but for now, that will do. We'll do that message back. Let's think about this. In the case, though, where I believe up here we use it. No, that's just a flat out disconnect. We defer account logout, which will do character logout. So here We can do this right here because there's nothing listening to it anymore. We need to say if we can't log out, we need to have this is let's say we put in we'll call you, let's say 30 seconds for now. This we'll sleep. We'll say after timeout. What we're gonna do is for to be able to log out, forcing log out. We'll throw a ID there in the message, and then we break, and then we continue on. This should be the other way around, actually. We'll say, if I can log out, I also break. Otherwise, I sleep for half a second. There we go. Then character should keep doing its own thing until that happens. And then we probably need to if this is long enough, and we probably let's put a task in here. Server character. How do we want to handle character reconnects if a connection is dropped? We leave that in there for now. That's kind of polishy. And that might have to do with a refactor of this that we kind of sort of think we might need, but we'll worry about that later. Let's do and then let's see about having character also give us a reason, because we're going to want to be able to pass that back. So this can be this if we block log out. Just thinking about if that should return something or not. Return false. One or more status effects prevent you from logging at this time. And then true in an empty string if we didn't have a reason to deny log out. That breaks this, that's fine. I'm just gonna throw that away. It's not really important for, well, I could do oops. I could do a this. And then I can do bad logout denial reason got wanted, and then do MSG that. This is incorrect. This goes in the blocking one. That one. And then this should be if the message string isn't an empty string. And result should message should be empty but got whatever we got. Then okay, then we can come up here. This will actually, oop, not the here. This will actually be kind of pointless now. But this, let's see here. Let's make this not message to shadow, but reason. If we can't log out, then we return this, and this will be, we'll just bite reason back like so. That. And then here, same deal. Let's not do that. Let's say and then I'm out waiting for character log out. We'll say character was not able to be logged out cleanly because reason failure reason, that is. And let's do an ID on this message as well, just in case. They should go one of the other, but that's fine. Actually, we should do, just get rid of that. Not able to be logged out cleanly because of this. Forcing log out. There we go. That's a little better. Okay. Leave. That'll fix up that. And actually we should do another full test pass just to make sure we didn't break anything. Good. Do a race test. Shouldn't have changed anything there, but certainty is cheap. Just that cheap, right there. I'm reasonably happy with that for now. The maximum timeout and the reconnecting is going to be a different thing. This we probably want to have like a hard cap on, but also go through our list of loaded effects and determine what the longest possible one is and say, hey, you have either however many minutes or whatever the hard cap is, you know, whichever's lower, just to prevent accidental weirdness, more or less, but also to more cleanly handle that. But that's kind of something we're going to need more things to be finished to really tackle. So for now, this is a good start. We have machinery in place to do kind of the basics that we know we need to handle. Get that merged. Tidy everything up. And let's take a look at what we need to tackle next. That's fine. We want to tackle... This should be... Wrong button. This shouldn't be loaded from database. This should be loading map from... config files. Populating from database. Populating... with current state from database. Does that make sense? Probably. Let's start thinking about this one. This is interesting. And how do we want to lay this out? So, this can get all this closed for right now. kind of done in this area. We're in game map land, and right now, game map is really just a basic scaffolding that allowed us to move around. So, oh my, cheap viewers? Sure would be a shame if somebody was to report you. And then ban you. Womp, womp, womp. Okay. I think I have an interesting idea, not related to this, but related to these little viewer bots. Make myself a note here. That match. Gonna use that exact string as an example. There we go. I have to look into that at some point, because I need more things to do. Apparently. Not really. But they are annoying, that's for sure. Okay. So these will kind of stay in some way, shape, or form. But what does a tile look like right now? It has a location, which are coordinates. That's fine. Has a mutex, that's fine. Description, occupants. It's going to need we're going to need another type, connection. This will have from. Do I wish to have location? Do I want them to have an ID? And how about we do also a type that is a skill DC. That maybe. To C. DC to use. Something like that, maybe. And we can say that I think we make these pointers so that we can just say, hey, if you're nil or if you're not nil, you know, we do things. We just say you have connections, like so. And then that might be important too. Not sure. Maybe. If we then... This might all go away. Does this still make sense? Not really. I don't think. I think this probably just becomes a list. How do we want? Does that still make sense in in a world where we want to place people at points? I think it still is a two-dimensional slice of slices. And this might be different. And I'm thinking that if we keep it this way, right? Like, say you have, I don't have a paint equivalent installed right now. A good critter or something. It's fine. So say you had, we'll do a scratch. I don't really care about that. So you have a map. Let's just say it's 5. Five by 5. And you put a room here and here and here, and then maybe this is gonna get kind of wonky to illustrate. Something like this. And let's just say you do the same thing here. And you kind of map out a little. Map out. A little map. That looks like this. These spaces should still exist. They're just not accessible for some reason, right? Let's also just say that's an empty space too. So you got like almost like a hallway coming in here. Takes a little corner. And this can be impassable, or it could be a wall or whatever. It doesn't matter. Because we'll probably want to have different map instances for like a different, like, I don't think an interior room should be in the same grid, so to speak, as a city, right? So we'll have to kind of think about how that plays in as well. But this would allow us to then come in later and say, oh, there's a room here now. It's a hidden room or whatever, right? And we make that connection hidden. Or maybe it's a teleporter that takes you over here or something. So like we can connect these two, but on the grid, everything is still on a grid, as opposed to just a list of rooms. Does that make sense? Or not. Then we still get coordinates for them on this grid. Oh, graph representation, lead code for the win. I do not really lead code. I don't enjoy puzzles for the sake of puzzles. I enjoy puzzles for the sake of building things. So we'll have to think about that, though. Let's do a little bit of research. Yes, this does make sense to be a graph. Adjacency list. This smells like a research hole, is what this smells like. I know of graphs, I haven't really done a lot with them. Yeah, this guy's saying just an array. That'd be a slice, which is where I was kind of headed. This guy or this guy? The whole graph thing. This is the only thing fresh graduates can do consistently. Gotcha. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. They do computer science theory them up pretty good. All of this is basically everything I just worked through in my head. This is the easiest part of lead code for me. The hardest part is dynamic programming. Makes sense. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but to me, representing a graph in code basically just looks like a doubly linked list, but with extra steps, right? Where instead of next and previous in your list elements, you have an arbitrary number of links. Also, I have no idea how you implement this. Good contribution. Good job. Thanks, Reddit. Area of location. Let's throw you away. Because I think... Did a next previews you have neighbors? Yeah. Doubly linked list is a little bit too deep of the abstraction implementation. Well, if this room and this room are neighbors, then they both share a neighbor, right? And then you've got, you know, my fingers don't bend that way. And like a third neighbor up top would have those neighbors. So in a way, if you break those into individuals, like they're all, they know about their neighbor. So it is, right, yeah. It's an arbitrary number of neighbors, right? As I understand it. And the other thing I'm thinking about is how eventually we're going to want to be able to render this as something in the UI. Because a map is a very... So you either store connections, a pair of neighbors, or a list of neighbors for each of the rooms. Yes. I would store connections in this case because connections can have significance. Because you want to be able to, like, this could represent a door that you need to be able to spot because it's a hidden door. Maybe you need to be able to unlock because it's a locked door. Something like that is what I was kind of thinking. Which is why I wanted to have a connection thing. The concept of... It could also just as easily... You can store both, it depends on the algorithms. Yeah. Well, you'd be able... You wouldn't even need to store the neighbors though, right? If you had the ability to pull a room out by its ID... You just look at your connection and say, hey, where do you go to? I guess that from and to become tricky then. Because if they share a connection object, from and to from whose point of view. Exactly. Yeah. But have two edges of different directions or single non-directed it. Yeah, exactly. Which is an interesting concept too. What if you want a one-directional path where you can't you can fall off this cliff, but you can't climb it. And then you would have to have like two connections, a connection to a room. So that's an interesting thing to take into account as well. And I think that could come in handy in a lot of different circumstances. You know, trapdoor, something like that. We're back to state. Yep. Kind of, sort of. Kind of, sort of, but not really. Where the map is actually describing this great state machine over the character state. But map doesn't know as a limited abstraction. Map shouldn't be driving the character though. Like, map should be able to say, and currently we're instrumented to say, hey, you need to give me a skill check, and then I'll tell you what happens to you if you fail that, or if you succeed at that. But it should be communicating with character, not controlling character, kind of, you know, as a concept. So I guess the trade-off is sort of, do we say that a connection is just a one-way concept? So you can go from this room to that room via a connection, but to go from that room to this room is a separate connection. Character state, player input checks, new character state. Kind of, yeah, I can see where you're going. Makes sense. But it's not really currently a state machine, because the state for a character that is alive, which is the only valid state for moving, right? The state of the character at this point should always be, I am alive. That might change as a consequence of the move if you step into a trap, right? Then character needs to be able to handle those different states, and that's something it needs to be taught still. Graphs, tables, linked lists are only tools to move game vision. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, no, character probably needs a state machine for, or might need a state machine for its state eventually when we get a combat manager, because we'll need to reason about, you know, am I alive? Am I in a place where I can't attack people? That sort of thing. I've kind of been kicking that can down the road a little bit and just assuming we're always alive currently. How would I better be able to use a single connection between two rooms? The semantics of this would obviously have to change. That could look like something like this, where that be would that make any sense? I'm currently reading Purely Functional Data Structures by Chris Sokasaki in relation to persistent red-black trees, so my comments are very disconnected from... Yeah. I do not understand functional programming very well. I don't understand the point, really, and every time somebody talks about it, they devolve into functional programming word salad. And I'm like, I don't know what the hell a monad is. So that means nothing to me. Like, I understand the theory is you can mathematically prove that it's right. Or I could just write a test. I have a procedural brain, I think, is the main problem. The way to express a solution to mathematical... Yeah. Me and math are not super great friends. I don't have a love for math that a lot of people in this field do. I've known people that, for fun, do math, and I'm just like, okay. Enjoy. What if we did... So if we had a room connection... We say destination ID. In the beginning, you don't love math. You as a student are bent to fit it. Yes. The last actual programming class I took was in high school. I took programming after I had done all of my math credits, or very nearly two. I took programming twice because I didn't need the credits the second time, but I didn't have anything else to do during that time, so I just took another class, and the teacher was cool with it. I'm like, I just want to write some more code, and I don't care if I can't get credit for it. And he was like, okay, we'll have you do extra stuff. I'm like, rock on, right? But I had done all of my math by the second time for sure. And I know that because I thought in my head, okay, I must know all the math that I need to be a baseline successful human, right? The first time I had to write an algorithm that dealt with math, I immediately realized I knew absolutely nothing about math. I knew how to be a calculator. A bad one. Slow and error prone. I didn't actually understand math. For me, math and programming connection clicked a year after university. Huh. I don't really associate the two. Like, I can see how you could put a programming skin on math. Like, math problems could be broken down into steps, but depends on the school. Yeah. Yeah, no, my college didn't include any programming for some reason. Would have been cool if it did. Instead, they made me take networking courses, where the most important thing I learned was, I don't want to work in networking. So if we had a room connection, destination ID, and then this could have skilled AC, and then a connection would actually be made up. Each function is a mapping between input and output. Yes. I think of them more as, like, in my head, when I envision code, functions are little boxes of gears, right? You put things in and you turn the handle and something comes out. That's kind of how I envision code. Some operation inside of there happens. I have an example for you with gears. Okay. Hit me. I don't love this name. Basic mechanisms in fire control computers. Is this where the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't? Okay, I need to add this to my stuff to follow up on. I don't want to get in trouble for showing YouTube on stream? No. Okay. I don't know if I would or not, so I just won't. Literally built gears to calculate. Oh, okay. Mechanical computers are super impressive to me as a concept. Like, I have no idea how you would really go about building that sort of thing, but the fact that people have done it repeatedly throughout history is amazing to me. Okay, so this isn't really a room connection. Let's call you a directional connection. Does that make sense? And then if we did this, what we could do, just kind of hang it here for now, is say we could give it a function that says we just call you connection? Sure. And we'll say origin is a UUID. And I can give you back a directional connection. And then in here I could say does this make sense? I could what if this was what if it was a map? And then you could say that this is actually direction or destination. This doesn't even need to be there. We say this is we connect this, then we would be able to say not tight, funk. If we connect them like this, is there any reason to have destination, but then if I get connection here, I'm really only interested in destination. I guess I could do origin. Don't know that I care about that. Let's leave it out for now. For right now, what I could do is say that these are just actually tiles. And what I do is I say first connection is a directional connection. And then this needs to well, I could also think about yeah, we want to load this, so we would have this. Need a hint? Sure. This would be not source. Because we need to make it different, or maybe we might need to make it different, I should say. What are the operations you want to do over the map in relation of connections between the rooms? I want to just store and retrieve the information that is pertinent to my character that is attempting to move from me to my neighbor via the appropriate connection. And this is all just kind of, I'm just scratch padding, noodling, kind of just thinking in text. If I did this, what I would then do is this. And then this would end up just returning that. But again, we throw away the origin. So assuming you know the character location, skipping upon where the character isn't, you want to find where are the available transitions and what are the corresponding destinations. Yes. So you have to store connections the way you can easily index by current room. Well, you would be able to pull. Yes. Yes is the answer. My inclination is to store the connections on a room object, and in doing so, be able to determine where I am in the world. When the character says, hey, I'm moving, I need to figure out where that character is and then what the options are. Or when they say, you know, hey, look around the room, be able to return them the options. In both cases, just you know, in the case of moving, you need to make sure that it's valid and all that. But I also need to, at that point, make them say, okay, this connection requires you to be able to do this thing. So can you do it? And then make a decision from there, right? Pick a lock, swim, climb, whatever it be. Looks like a map where the key is a room ID and a value is a map where the key is the direction and the value is a destination room ID. Looks like a map where the key is a room ID. Yes, and the value is a map where the key is a direction, the value is a destination room ID. Yes. Kind of. That part would be easy. Having the connections have requirements and direction is the tricky part. In a way that is sane, right? And I think that this bi-directional connection idea, I don't like. That's what I think. It's becoming quickly hard to reason about. Oh, I deleted my... Oh, right. Yes. If your problem is to build a path from room ID to room ID 2, you'll need some other data structure for efficient algorithm. I'm not looking to build a path per se. Like I'm not trying to A-star this, right? Not yet anyway. I'm looking for, so I have, let's just say, I have a room here. Like so. I know of it. I don't know off the top of my head what exactly the algorithm is. I know that it is a pathfinding algorithm, and I believe it uses Dijkstra's work. So let's say you have X, Y, and Z. And we have room A down here. Let's just say A and B. So if you're in room X, you just want to move to room Y. If it's just a room, then the connection between these is very simple. It doesn't require anything, right? You just whoop, move over. That's fine. But let's say that between A and B, or between Y and A, this is a hidden door, let's say. And you need to be able to DC 10 perception to see it. And also DC 15 lock picking, let's just say. But also, once you're in A, you can see B, let's just say. And you can just move there. But once you move there, you fall in, or let's say there's a trapdoor behind you. So you can't move back from A without some action. So there's now, you have to figure a different way out, or you have to use a different route. Maybe you need to come over to C and, you know, crawl out of there or something. So, and also, if you're going from A to Y, you don't need these, because you've done the thing, right? Yes. But they depend on direction, or could depend on direction, right? If you need to climb up on top of a hill, it's a climb either way, so that's easy. So what I'm really thinking is that the simplest way to really reason about, directional connections is just to say, hey, this is your connection to your neighbor on both of them. So this in the middle isn't a single connection object, it's two, and they just have a source and a destination. I think it'll be easiest way to reason about. Otherwise, we would have to make the connection object bigger, and it would then need a lot of helper methods hanging off of it to say, hey, I'm here and I'm trying to get there. Tell me what to do. Which seems like a lot more effort than just to put two little bitty connection objects on everything. And then instead of trying to do functions off of the connection object, like I was just kind of sketchpadding out, we just can do a a function off of tile that says connect destination, and then I create, and this probably needs to be direction, whatever, string for now, it's fine. Then I can just create the connection object, put it on this tile, and then take the other tile. Game idea sound, you'll discover the missing. Yeah. I'm just kind of noodling through kind of the ways that make sense. I'll pick a path and commit to it, and then if it's wrong, we'll just refactor. I've never written a game engine before, so it's been very educational so far, and I think it will continue to be educational. But I'm also trying to keep it sane in the sense of working with, right? Because I would like for other people to be able to use it. And I'm aiming for something that, like, if you want special mechanics of your own, you're gonna have to make code changes. But if you're a writer and you want to make a game, I would like to make that, as long as you're okay with the baseline functionality, something you can do very easily. And part of it probably looks like an editor that will create something like JSON config files that we could load, right? To me, that seems like it would be the cool, that's the cool angle on why not just use something that exists already, right? Because everything expects you to write code, which is fine. I mean, that makes good sense. But if we can give you a toolkit and let you do writing stuff, more people could make their game, is kind of the nascent idea. So I'm trying to kind of build it in that direction as well. Without, like, murdering myself with writing my own programming language type thing, like Unreal Engine's blueprints, right? I don't want to make that. It seems like it would be hard. This would actually need to be for now, it could be cardinal directions. Like this. I don't know if that matters implementation detail-wise or not. Nobody intentionally builds a Turing complete configuration language. Usually it's an accident. Yeah. Yeah. That it's a trap, right? It's one of the classic blunders. Somebody says, well, I could just, and then suddenly we get a, what's the acronym? DSL? Suddenly they write a DSL by accident. And then this just is a heuristic, yeah. Tiles would be exactly like you was saying, a UID tile like that. You hear just simply only run. Yeah. Yep. That's a thing you hear a lot when you ask questions too. They're like, well, you just need to. Well, just is a week's worth of work. Right up there with, oh, it's really simple. You're about to step right out of really simple. If it was really simple, they wouldn't be asking you the question. And I'm not sure coordinates will make any sense anymore if we do this. Which actually, cardinal direction wouldn't make any sense if we got rid of that too. Coordinates only make sense really on a grid. But if we do away with the grid, then coordinates go away. Is there value in coordinates? Is a question. And that's one I don't know the answer to yet. If you want to preserve the value in the game sense is more what I was thinking. Like, it can come or go from the point of map. Pretty much it's irrelevant, right? I'm thinking from a game standpoint, is there value to coordinates in a game like this? We're going to have different maps. Well, probably gonna have different maps. It makes sense that we would have different maps. And I don't know that there's actually any reason that we really need coordinates anymore in that sense. Does it matter if you're at 7-6 in Fubarium? I think we'll deprecate coordinates for now. Just thinking about scaling and stuff like that. Scaling of the code, you know. That's something to think about. It's been a good noodle. I'm gonna have to continue to noodle on this a little bit. Just in my brain meats. Arbitrary amount of exits can be modeled as a sequence of rooms with 3 exits. Not sure that I understand what What you mean there? Entry, exit to whatever. Exit to next room. Versus entry and arbitrary amount. Entry wouldn't need to exist, right? Because you enter the room through its connection from your last room's connection to this one. That governs your traversal. Whether or not you can traverse back depends on an exit. I do also need to figure out how we would beacon the entry and arrival direction to the to the room we're going into. I guess we would just pass the ID of the room we came from and then look it up in our connections. Connections are up, down, left, right. To start with, they are, but they could be diagonals, like you mentioned earlier, up, down, like in the z-axis, right? Right now, they're just Cartesian, north, south, east, west. But because that was simplest, right? Build the simplest thing first. But also, what if they're, or skip connections? Skip connections, what do you mean? Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I was just thinking like, what if there's like a portal? What if there's a portal trap even, that sends you someplace else? That could be an exit, a special exit. And that's kind of where, like in chess, where some figures, yeah, kind of. That's where I started thinking that a generic connection object would be, or connection struct would be the easiest way to kind of do stuff like this. Because you can just arbitrarily connect things everywhere. I mean, you could still do that on grid, too. I'm wondering if there's any value to the grid from a gameplay standpoint. And I'm thinking probably not, but I'll keep my coordinates package for now. The other thing is that I need to be able to represent this as a map, like visually, and maybe I'll start looking into that a little bit as well, because that may have some bearing on how we lay it out, right? It may be wicked hard to place these things if we don't have a grid. That's what originally kind of led me to the grid in the first place. Graph Viz for the win. Okay, yeah. I need to look at some of that. And I knew that this was going to be a thing, so I'm not surprised that there's a lot of questions at this particular step. I suspected graphs would be involved. Tool to render graphs nicely. I would need to... Well, let's just go. So there are some packages. Grid would be some, yeah. Let's take a look here. I hate it when they don't give me an image of the output. Oh, this is the same one. Yep. Yeah, okay. This one's different. Gallery. Am I blind? Ah. Yeah, that's that sure is a visualization. This is kind of closer. That's a mess is what that is. This one with grid? Yeah. But this doesn't do a good job of showing me what's connected. Like, what's a dashed line? Is that a connection or no? Why do these X? Like, I have many questions. The other thing I need to think about is how does it fit into... Click on the grid. Source of the... A0, B1. Okay, so that is supposed to be a path. Yeah, the other thing I gotta think about too is how to get this into the UI of the client and the editor for the map editor, which there should be one because this will be difficult to work with if not, right? And it shouldn't be static either. It should be, it should update when you move yourself. Your client should be able to show you where you are. That's kind of like, see if I can find an example that shows. The most important, yes. So like this example, it looks like they're probably in this square right here. And then this should be, it looks like it is movable, browsable. It's kind of an expected quality of life thing. I have no doubt it's possible. It's just a matter of effort and quality of output, kind of. That's what I'm worried about mostly. And how to get that into a UI widget for using the library that I don't want to jump into JavaScript land. I would love to stay with a Go library, so that this helped. It's good that it exists and might be a path. But that's gonna take a little bit of looking too, which is fine. It's all education. Let me chuck a bookmark on this package. But for today, I think we're going to call it here. It's been 4.5 hours, and I'm gonna go away and think about something else, but also this, and kind of just noodle in the background and see where I end up at. And tomorrow is Monday, right? Ooh, that means I got things I gotta do real quick before the end of the day here. That's fine. But the, yeah, tomorrow we'll start out and start hacking on this a little bit and see if we can get into a state where it is useful to us. But till then, have yourself a wonderful evening, afternoon, whatever it is for you, Mr. Pluck. And hope to see you again. Thanks to everybody else who swung by.